Okay, that's all that was said. Listen, very curious, very angry about that facial violated personal protection trust, especially if violated that. They stop. Miller to clear their conversation. Those who Davis, another full definition. Then it talks about Boston Globe, change Boston Globe partners came out. I'm not sure what it came, but partners reference what was their nature? Sarcastic, sarcastic, stupid jokes, or big comments, comments of surprise, sure. Davis, who? Co-workers, flag officers, depending on lower staff, civilian, SES.
They got this off the cat door. Oh, oh, okay.
I was just watching a video. Company in Russia. Basically, it's a city light power company. They've got a sewer drain on a corner that is basically, it's like an island. Okay? The drains in there and everything else inside of it. And the pedestrians can walk around this area. Well, they have to block it off and repair it. Right? The way they do it is with a basically an excavator. This excavator is a special built excavator. The head on it has quick disconnect, so they can change buckets, attachments. Yeah. It can, this guy that's operating it is so fucking good. All these people on the ground, the only thing they did was watch him.
Yeah.
He took up the fucking asphalt, put it in a bucket, set it off to the side, and picked it up later, put it in, all of this frame for this excavator, and then dug a hole around where the drain gets. He even got behind him, that 8-10 inches between the edge and the sidewalk. He was able to maneuver the bucket behind him. Took out the curb with an attachment, picked it up and set it off to the side so we can put it back later. And picked up everything, went down, bolted up the tubes and everything. They did all the repairs, and all this is done with this excavator.
With all the people still standing there.
There's two guys, and all they're doing is cleaning up after what, maybe brush the bottom of this piece off before he puts it in place. And that was their job. This fucking guy was, wow. Yeah, this can go back on, but I gotta get a special tape to do it.
Ah, yeah.
I'll need to put it in here for right now so I don't lose it. Write something or somewhere. And, oops.
All right, now my bath should be about ready. Andy, ahoy? Oh,
Aren't you out there playing with the toys? Huh?
No. You guys hanging out hoping for banana bread? Toast piece?
Mm-hmm.
Sick.
Like, if there were 2%.
It's not just me.
This time, it's different. This is actually a threat. Much harder than all the other past people are trying to, like, choose what to do.
Yeah, that's what I said. And the Secret Service dude just like beat red, like trying not to laugh. And this dude, like 2 minutes later, he walks in with him and Jill Biden and their little entourage of people and their photographer. And right away, like remember him coming up to me, trying to shake my hand. Like, Josh trying to shake my right hand. And I look at him, I'm like, I don't have an arm. My left arm is in this big cast, this giant orange with the foam blocker around it. I completely immobile. All I can do is move my head. My arm's gone. I don't have an arm. And he says, oh, and that kind of stands up. And then like goes over to reach for my fingers because about an inch of my fingers are showing. And just like grabs my fingers. Doesn't greet me or anything. Just, and that's what happens. Grab my fingers. And I was like, okay, that's weird. And you know, just immediately starts talking like about how their son served in the military. Doesn't say anything about what happened. Just starts talking about how their son served in the military. And my mom is just like, she's furious at this point. And they're like taking pictures and stuff. And she goes, she's like, my mom said that, she's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care what you guys do. She's like, you better take care of him for the rest of his fucking life. And like she said that. And I'm sitting there, and he comes over to me and he leans over me. I have a picture of this to prove it. I'll show you this picture I have. It's pretty fucking big. He leans over me and he's like this close to my face and he's like, what do you want? I said, what do you want? Yeah, he said, what do you want? I said, what? He said, what do you want? I'm just like confused. I just got blown up. I just saw my friends die next to me and like, I just want to be myself. And he's like, huh? My mom's furious and she's like, he said he just wants to be himself. He just wants to be him. He said he just wants to be me. And he goes, oh, okay. And they just continue to talk about everything but what just happened. And then they just ushered him out of the room. He didn't know what to say. And I tried multiple times to get help from them. Reached out to the first lady and tried to get some legislation passed for caretakers like herself who own businesses who don't get any financial support for helping their fucking service member that just got his whole life torn apart. And she wanted to help other caretakers in the future have, you know, because they didn't, there's certain amount of money that you can get as a caretaker depending on what you do, and or help, but it's a process. So she was working through that, but she wanted to pass legislation for the future caretakers to help get, you know, like, hey, if you run a business and you need to come take care of your son, you know, serve their country and just got blown up, like, you can do that and not have to worry about financials. You know what I mean? And so she was trying to get help with that, and they just pretended to help. They kind of just brushed her off and pretended like they were connecting her with the right individuals and didn't help her at all. And so, obviously, because of the Congress stuff now, mom is since, you know, going to be moving forward with some stuff with some individuals who are actually going down. But nothing came of that. And yeah, that was 2 days after that. I'm in the, I'm just in bed, and I'm telling the doctors and the nurses for a couple of days, for like 2 days, I'm like, I can't breathe, like I can't breathe. And a buddy of mine, works at the hospital. He's resident right now. He was a reserve, he's in a reserve platoon in the
Kangaroo mice.
It's like a form that was adventurous and amusing. It resulted in the Taliban resettling
Kangaroo
the country
mice.
and a created refugee crisis where 1.5 million Afghans fled. The withdrawal has been widely considered to be a disaster and a gross display of incompetent leadership from Joe Biden on down.
See how long his back leg is?
In Saigon,
His foot,
half a
his paw.
century earlier. Tyler Vargas
Ah,
was
big eyes.
one of the service members
Yep.
who was the last on the ground. A Marine in Kabul just days before the embassy fell. Tyler Vargas was wounded in a suicide bombing at the gates of the Kabul airport, after losing 2 of his limbs and the resulting injuries to a premeditated attack that was entirely for 13 service members lost their lives. Tyler Vargas speaking there about what it's like to have jackwagon Joe Biden show up, shake his arm, the one that wasn't blown off, not say hello, not know his name, only talk about himself and his kid, who did not die, by the way, in the line of service. Joe Biden only ever talking about himself and his problems. A selfish, sick, dementia-riddled degenerate that caused this man's mother to cry. Earlier today,
Fucking jeez.
Joe Biden, more evil than I even think he is. He's the worst president of our lifetime.
Pretty much. It's just not there.
Chris Hansen. You call people up, you say, I'm Chris Hansen. They say, no, you're not. Yes, I am.
I'm Chris Hansen. Yes, sir.
There's a lab that was discovered. First of all, this thing for justice.
If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want him to go into the world in darkness. I wouldn't even have to get the light and see it if I was down on the tree. The United States. The United States has always been the outlier. It has always been a thorn in the side of Marxists, a kind of
People, if you can't sign up, there might be some.
They're gonna trip you up.
Records. If not, I'll have it recorded. So I can go sometimes. I just busted my new video capture card. And the old one is very finicky. So it pays to show up, right? Instead of watching online. I always say too, like, I usually like to. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this anyway, but when we get to the Q&A, I usually like to shut off the live stream so we can talk a little more freely. So since you paid to be here tonight, you get the added benefit of just asking any question you want. But we'll shut off that camera. Well, probably shut off in the way that's working tonight. But all right. Besides, my name is Dan. I see some new faces, so thank you for coming. I've been a pharmacist here now since.
I found this amazing mausoleum in the middle of Romanian countryside. It looked like a cathedral in the middle of Dresden. Okay. This is viewer discretion is advised. This video is not for young people or children. If you're a young person, you know what I'm about to say. Go clean your room. Take care of your mom calling in the background. Seriously though, this can be disturbing for some people. If you do deliverance or you
Constantine.
Breaking news. Electric vehicles are a scam and a cheating scandal.
So you all remember Bobby?
Is when he alluded.
Imagine there was a condition that affected 18 million. Making money today is the equivalent to being a breakup.
There are literally hundreds every day lined up for me.
On this welcome being Sayed from drbean.com. Welcome to one more show. So I'm taking. As more and more shocking details about the Epstein case come to light, it has become clear that Jeffrey Epstein's private island, Little St. James, takes center stage for being the perfect location for Epstein to revel in his vile desires without fear of being caught. Every now and then, the disgraced financier was known to invite certain rich and powerful individuals to his island.
I lived 8 years as Laura Jensen until I woke up and realized that it was totally insane to live this out. The first time that it happened in the 50s was Christine Jorgensen, but Jenner took it to the next level. And then in 2015 it began to explode.
In the United States in a sea of fire, North Korea is on the verge of having an intercontinental ballistic missile, an ICBM, capable of hitting the American homeland with a thermonuclear warhead. This was called the Possum, which translates to Mars, the Roman god of war. As you will hear tonight, North Korea's brash young dictator, Kim Jong-un, is not there yet. Before you watch this video, I just want to apologize. I want to apologize because there's an echo in the video.
Autograph his electrocardiogram sheet. And then there's the paparazzi.
And earlier I spoke to Dr. Robert Malone.
So I thought this looks like they can take a picture.
Anybody else? Hey there, folks. This is Josh, County Ridge Farmer. Welcome back to another gorgeous day here on the Stony Ridge Farm. You see the cow details in this video, and I wanted to really talk to you guys about what happened. Freedom, tools, and trust, right? So that's kind of our motto here on the Stony Ridge Farm channel. Here on the Stony Ridge Farm channel. Hello and welcome to Factually. I'm Adam Conover. Thank you for joining me.
Native American Meditation Channel. Basically, it's a flute and rain 24/7. Native American flute music for sleeping, studying, and reading. Want another piece of bread? Yeah, I'll have one more.
Ready? Go!
Oh, shit. Shit.
In this country, the most powerful country on earth, it is so naturally difficult to get information, especially outside of borders, not to mention what's going on inside this country. And I'm afraid to be an easier time than public information. News we rely on to learn about the world, to learn about one another. It's basically first information so they get to decide what is news, what is newsworthy, and what is about sex scandals, celebrities, and they know about economics and environment and fight design.
Supposed to be playing in the living room, your honors. Not dragging your toys on my bed again.
15. So it's good. Sam Altman was just here. Sam Altman was just interviewed by Axios in Davos, and he gave some major updates about GPT-5 and answered some tough questions about a range of different topics. We're going to watch the video and I'm going to break it down. Take a look. Well, like we had no idea what it was about to do, but we just either grants and then they're good enough to progress it. Yes, we
You want to come in? Cutie pie. Oh, anyways. Remind me. I
Yeah.
just happened to think about it going out to the mailbox.
Okay.
I've got about $70 on my insurance card, right?
Yeah.
If I don't use it by the first of the month, I lose it.
Oh. Well, better get it used up.
So, gotta get in town and use it up.
Agreed. Somebody will go down in that.
And I was just thinking, need more kitty stuff, so that'll be a good place to buy it at Wally World.
It would probably be a great place to buy it, actually. I gotta get cat food.
Right?
I'm gonna run down to Dollar General or something. Huh?
You got cat food?
I gotta get cat food.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was just saying.
I gotta grab it at Dollar General.
Dollar General or Wally World. But I can use some of that $70 to do it. Yeah. Ooh, agree on that one. Trophy.
Not buying it so much, man. Living it around and shit.
What is this? Kitty Carlo go to sleep?
Bones.
So imagine that you can shorten the feedback cycle.
Chicken breasts you're drawing up?
Platform of work streams of everything else.
Chicken breasts you're drawing up?
Humans out of the loop altogether.
I don't know if we're chicken breasts or
And
not.
your AI agents.
It looks like chicken breasts.
Either that or thighs.
Your software as a service platform.
It might be.
Whether they are
Anyway, I'm gonna make chicken soup.
driving,
Uh,
that sort of stuff. Flow. As these machines get better and faster, I think that it would move us to take humans out of the loop. And this will accelerate innovation and productivity even more because humans are the biggest bottleneck. Now, that's like, okay, well, where do humans fit in? That's a topic for another video. There are competitive advantages, economic advantages, safety advantages to studying full autonomy right now. So if you take that's what you take away, which is we need to be studying, and researching, and testing and experimenting with full machine autonomy. Ideally yesterday, but today is a good second place. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, etc., etc. You know the drill.
It's okay to not feel anything. Most people carry around emotional baggage and problems.
The kids were all asleep. Nobody's here to monkey with me. I'll come over here and play with this catnip toy.
cutie pie.
Yep.
Plus, maybe actually video chat. And it turns out that therapist is good for you, help you transition from therapist to original students.
Yeah, stack them.
Statement say that doing it stock is going to be the most transformative and uplifting experience of your life and business. This is Kevin. Worst business when I've been 10 years old. It just dropped like down and really focused on one day
get ready to and it's inspiring speaker.
Cheers, boys. Yeah, I got rub that all there for that show.
Every time I look
Caught up for 2 minutes or 1:30.
Yep, maybe two, probably two. 2.5. Bath helped while I was laying in it.
OpenAI recently published a paper on the governance of agentic AI systems. In this video, we'll continue to be critical of OpenAI. This is a big step in the right direction.
Oh, the dumb.
Hey, Linda Turtles. Unfortunately, I have bad news.
You check the mail?
Yeah. Do a little digging. Get a little exercise.
And I don't see it for Nikki Haley. I think she's run a great campaign, but I do think there is a message that's coming out from the voters, which is very clear. We need to unite around our eventual nominee, which is going to be Donald Trump, and we need to make sure we beat Joe Biden.
All right, that was RNC Chair Ron McKay urging Republicans to rally around Donald Trump after last night's big victory. Boxers can trade up over speech articles. What looks to be a 12-point victory for the president.
Solid win for President Trump, but also signal of general election weakness. As he pointed out, the president have won New Hampshire primary 3 times. The last time he won it against Bill Weld in 2020, 86-9.
So this is much don't think he was much more vulnerable than
Bill Weld. But the point being is that he's effective with the quasi-Republican incumbent. He's never defeated the leadership of the Republican Party. He's offended that anyone challenged him for the Republican nomination. He thinks he should be the nominee. The last time you had a challenge like this to a Republican incumbent was in 1992 when Pat Buchanan challenged George H.W. Bush. He got 38% to Bush's 52%. The New York Times headline: Bush jarred in first primary. President Bush scored a less than impressive victory over Pat Buchanan. Haley did much better than Buchanan. 35% of Republicans in the state are not going to vote for Donald Trump. He's bleeding centrist. He needs those Haley voters. And right now, a lot of the Republican Party and independents are saying they're not going to vote for him. So it's a warning sign.
I can see what you're saying about over independence to win the general, especially in old battleground states. But I think to say the president's an incumbent was taking that on him just when they start using the machinery of the White House. And situation of mine, but he does not have all that. So I mean, we have not seen in many ways this unprecedented.
It is unprecedented. And the last guy who did it was Grover Cleveland, who ran, lost the White House and then ran it 4 years later and won it back. Look, he needs to win. How did Ronald Reagan beat Jimmy Carter? He beat him by winning Democrats who became Republicans over time. Right now, the Republican Party, to beat Joe Biden, the Republicans need the Haley Democrats, and Trump can't win them over. He's not going to win the presidency.
I do also think you're shortchanging Nikki Haley's quality for candidates. She's a lot, as much as I love Pat Buchanan, he was way out to the right. I think she is a traditional more.
In the last decade, new technologies like smartphones,
Yes, today we're going to talk about AI. Right now, a lot of things we're doing.
This podcast is brought to you by Powerful Sipping.
In the biggest social experiment ever done twice, we gathered 3,000 players and put them on a replica map of the Earth to simulate civilization. Here are the rules or guidelines for these.
So 12 years ago, I'm working at a cotton gin making minimum wage when one day this guy walks. He's dressed head to toe in black. Every inch of his skin is covered in tattoos, and he's got this gigantic beard. So we just chat, and he tells me about his life, how he dropped out of school, hasn't had a job in years, and he just spends all of his time traveling along one random athletic trip or another, like hiking the John Muir Trail, or hiking across the country, or surfing down Bali.
I'm sitting here scratching my head because at this point I'm 28 and I'm living in a van because I got $80,000 a day. I'm just trying to figure out how this guy could afford this crazy carefree lifestyle. And my initial reaction was to think he was either a drug dealer or doing something stupid by just financing his life with a credit card, racking up massive debt. It turns out on both accounts I was dead wrong. This dude lived in 5 apartment buildings. He ran a shop where he would fix up old Harleys that he would buy off Craigslist. And he built a recording studio for musicians in his school college. He was the first true women entrepreneur I ever met. And I remember thinking, what the hell is this guy's secret? Like, what makes him so special? And he himself was quick to point out, he really wasn't particularly smart. And I go, if you're developing an intermediate phase there for some reason, those music to be on like this fail. Let's say they had fixed up a month, they built a spacecraft and spent 99.9999% of the time traveling through space, but they developed something like a flying saucer that could be aerodynamic in the atmosphere of the Earth. They didn't even know it was there when they get here. Why would they design a spacecraft or flying saucer, which is not the most effective way of traveling through interstellar space? The laws of physics tell us here, isn't it? This podcast is either going to piss you off or inspire.
Wonder if the state.
Well, the only challenge I think
Stop for a moment and think about it. When was natural pasture down Earth has to do with cosmos? What did it
This satanic church revival is probably the darkest, most demonic and blasphemous things we've ever seen. This video is going to expose what is really happening behind the scenes, which most people don't know about. They literally put a demon on a cross and mocked what Jesus did for us. You need to watch this video to the end. We took a trip out to Atlanta for revival, and many souls gave their life to Christ. The day before the revival, as soon as I got off the plane in Atlanta, we went straight to the revival points in Atlanta to evangelize. This area is known for having new age and witchcraft shops. As we were roaming the streets, I approached a lady who was highlighting, smoking a cigarette outside of a random theater. I asked her if she would be willing to do an interview with the intentions of preaching the gospel and praying. Because it was raining and cold outside, she welcomed me inside the facility to do the interview. What comes next? We snuck into the satanic church revival. You have to watch this video. Is holding back. Everybody is searching for multiple health, meaningfulness, and productivity in their work.
think just says above a pretty public button, 20 volts button.
Welcome everybody. Yeah, it's me, Dr. Steve. Yeah, you made it. Arrested for robbing. Arrested for robbing a drug dealer, but you kidnapped someone during a robbery, so you get arrested for the kidnapping. I didn't know it was kidnapping. I couldn't get that once I got to put it in my house. You said you're on pulled up, and I got your hands. The problem was there was no law and order. Law and order here. I know everything I can do. Right. What else do you want? I can steal and do drugs and whatever. So I didn't know what kidnapping. So I hit the boulder. I'm trying to get my life
at the University of Alabama. And not about why at the University of Alabama. GED. Let's go. But it was like, yeah, I'll give you whatever you want. And we had a class and everything, no background check. Yeah. And one day I'm working out, like, and I started selling cars. I was making great money selling cars. And then we go get ready to take 2 classes a week. And one day I'm at the super place, we sell like a bubble. And one of the guys that got fired, they got fired for something. He came back. And I go, what the heck I got fired? I got a black man. And I go, what's the black man for? He goes, it's a long story. I go, we got nothing. Let's listen to what happened. He goes, I had a DUI. I raced against a tree. When they broke me down, so the pharmacy door was open, so he broke into the pharmacy and the bullet, some cocaine, he jumped out a window. Like 2 days later, he was so he goes, I'm staying with this guy, and he's got 2 kilos of coke. I'm gonna steal it from him and see if I can sell it. And I'm gonna move to Arizona, so I'm gonna do this time. And I'm living older. It's fun. I got a nice girlfriend. You know, I got a dog. I got a child. But my friends from New York City, getting it in, they're coming to the city on the weekends. They go to the mountain on the weekends to ski and snowboard. And now they go back and go down. They like came back all the deal with them. It was like, yeah, my friends were like, balls on fire. And parents called me at work. It's like, my friends. It's a long way, Colorado. Body shop. I sold cars. He was like a biker. You know, he had everything. This why I don't like him. He had everything. He had everything. He had everything. The sunglasses. Borrowed me bicycle. Yeah. Tinted windows, a loud stereo. He had everything. Yeah. To be. Yeah. Like that. I could use something. Steven said, the last time I worked in this tube was November 87. He's like, how did you remember that? Well, that's the day I kidnapped the guy. So, what the fuck is that? With the call was going, we'll be over there with the money, by the kilos from me. He was going to be my partner. He was going to, I was a middleman. He was going to buy the coke. Alright? So I was the middleman. I was going to bring him over there, they're going to sample it, and then we're going to go back to Steve's house. Steve was gonna give him the money. And we're gonna rob the company. We weren't gonna rob him, give him any money. We're gonna put him on a bus to Arizona. Give him like 10 grand. Get the fuck out. Oh, you're gonna give him a couple bucks? Yeah. It wasn't gonna be a complete robbery with picking and all that stuff. It was just gonna be a simple thing. Bella wasn't heavy. I wasn't heavy. And Steve wasn't heavy. Steve got so greedy he fucked it up. At the end, he pulled out the guns. Wow.
Okay, so real quick, break down the setup. You, Steve is, which one is the
Setup. Yeah, can I slip up?
Go, you go. Alright guys, let's take a break for a second because you gotta replace your posters. Look at any poster that's on your wall, it's ripped, torn, tattered, looks horrible. No, it is childish. It is absolutely childish. And you know what? You need to grow the fuck up. And Display is going to help you do that, okay? Display is a one-of-a-kind metal poster designed to capture your unique passions. Sturdy, magnet mounted, and it lasts a lifetime. Display allows you to customize, collect, and rearrange them at will. Display also has both branded and artistic artwork. They have over 1 million designs available, including official designs from brands like Marvel, DC, and the NBA, plenty of video games, tons of movies and music, you name it, they have it. I mean, look, you need that new Guardians of the Galaxy poster. Obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was absolutely fantastic. Maybe you want to put the motherfucking boxing goat Floyd Mayweather on your wall. Alright, Display created a unique, easy, safe magnet mounting system that only takes 20 seconds. No need for drilling on your walls. Nothing. You rent an apartment, you don't have to worry about repainting and losing your fucking deposit and all these other things. Yeah, just put the Display posters up. Display delivers its product worldwide in only 4 to 5 business days. It's a perfect alternative for standard paper posters that often get damaged and it doesn't leave marks on the wall. So go to display.com/flagrant or use the code flagrant at the checkout to get 20% off for 1 to 2 displays or 30% off for 3 and more displays. Now let's get back to the show. Okay, set this robbery up for us. You have
I don't know how much time I had, so I didn't want to get into something.
you got all the time. Yeah, we can go all day. Okay, so you have who was the hell's agent? What's his name?
His name was Steve.
Okay, so it's Steve.
Steve.
And then who's the mark? Kent. So you and Steve go meet up with Kent and then break it down. So the idea
I go to the dentist office. This is the host trying to go to the dentist office. I go home, I go, Ken, it was supposed to be 1 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock. I go, Ken. Before I go to his house. And the way he was running for the house, I know this.
Jellyfish. You might think they're only in the water. Turns out they're also in the air. A couple of years ago, while working for the BBC, I bookmarked along that very story with the wonderful producer, Susan Flores. Wow. What is interesting film so here today is a short extract about two scientists, hardly personal names, Archie and Lyle, Franklin, Blackbird Brett. Fred did amazing work, but just lost the things of time. Look at Archie and Margaret. And the big argument from Brett well was never mean to actually break it, and just expected to try.
You're a neighbor out playing with something. Probably snowmobile this time of the year. Well, he's a marine mechanic.
Ah.
Works over in Benzie. But he does a lot of work at home too.
While Dirac was developing the foundation
Yeah.
of mechanics,
Round one. Well, probably I'd say round one and round two.
general relativity and there's the idea of expand.
Snowplow's been by. Curled all that stuff up in the driveway and by the mailbox and stuff. Probably about that fucking thick, you know.
Nice.
Heavy slushy, but it wasn't, solid. So put the scoop out there and just kind of took my time, clean it up. Went from our driveway all the way down to Patrick's, so that the mailman could get into his without hacking it down.
Ouch. You need to watch the
Finished that, and I found the other rod for the rough brake, so I can get it along the reach. And I did the rest of that snow and shit around the house here. Got it off. Backside's already clear. But a little bit here on the front side, just right here. Yeah. It is all gone now. At least up 4 foot. If we had an eave here of ice coming off that hadn't snapped in the front, right there in the corner by in your bedroom. The second eave had to be almost that long, of nothing but a sheet of ice coming off slowly off that roof. It wasn't breaking, so it wasn't losing a lot of heat, but it was slipping. Good insulation back there. It's just, gotta get it broke off. It'll come off in the next day or so since I broke it open, so that the sun can get to it. Sun hit that dark color on that roof, that should be gone quick.
Can I send you down to Dollar General? Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm feeling such a great year. I don't know about driving this shit.
What is it you need?
Cat food. I'm trying to pick up cat food.
Oh, okay, that's no problem.
I'm looking real quick first. But I'd like to get them into now mix and their centers.
Okay.
The bigger bag that they have it available. I see that you have a 3-pound bag supposedly available, but not like the much the way this website
Well,
says.
here, just look at this one.
Somebody's gonna take me out of cat food.
You said Meow Mix?
Yeah, Meow Mix tender centers.
Meow Mix, 10%, tender centers. No, centers, yeah. Yeah. Tender centers, busted bites, blah, blah, blah. What size bag?
Get the 13 pound, the $13 a piece on bag. So,
Well, whatever it is, this one here is $5.72.
yeah, that's a smaller bag. They also have,
Oh, yeah, 3 pound.
yeah, they have a 9.28 pound bag. Tender centers, they can be whatever tender
Yeah.
centers flavor they got. Really. We got the
'Cause that's where I get that's where I get the stuff for the cat food and stuff. You know, the big cans. They have that stuff. All right, put down Meow Mix and change it to that. And I'll get you down there and take care of it. That way I'm gonna use it up anyway, so.
What works, it works.
Yeah.
You want to take mine in case it doesn't for some reason?
Yep.
Yeah, what do you? Take mine in case it doesn't work. Pin 0421.
0421.
Yeah, it's my son's birthday.
Okay.
Oh, trying to think. I feel like there's something else I was gonna grab too, but I can't think of nothing. So.
Well, I know I'm gonna have to use it only up one car this time. I gotta put gas
I appreciate
in.
it.
No matter where I go, I gotta put gas. I'm down to under a quarter, so I've got, I can get somewhere, but it's, don't wanna have it getting any lower than that.
Even like right here, my elbows
Uh-huh.
are hurting.
I can appreciate. You put,
Trying to think if there's any. What else? Oh,
let me know. Yeah. I do have my phone with me, so just give me a
I
holler.
don't know. Maybe some of them chocolate covered raisins and them like packed chocolate covered raisins and packed in salted caramels.
Oh, okay.
By the way, alright, Cal's going to get you guys food. There you go. You better love Cal.
get that back after a day or two with fire markings on it, which are sort of closest to the right of the peak. And that is viewed as a very high reply. So we have this correspondence, and it's my great regret I can't tell that many of those bits of paper are pretty transparent. They kind of go. Ryle's fury fueled his determination to use his radio telescope. I can't explain exactly what I'm doing, but I have a diagram here and cut from the board. According to the theory of produced creation, the density of galaxies will be the same in the neighborhood of the Earth here, right up to the edge of the observable universe. And one way which one would test the two theories is to make a measurement of the variation of density of galaxies over enormous. If the steady state theory was right, then the more distant galaxies, which are older, would be distributed just as they are now, because it says the universe has always been the same. If the Big Bang theory was right, then the more distant galaxies would be more densely packed, because the early universe would have been crammed full of matter before expanding and evolving. It's very easy, for example, in public to look at this and think, well, it's two astronomers arguing about something. Then they're very different. Mathematician and engineer are really rather different animals. They do look at the universe in a completely different way. They see different things. That was the fundamental problem, I think. There was very little attempt on either side really to understand the other. They were, but unlike life, Boyle was a performer. Wasn't one to keep his opinions to himself.
You reject this Big Bang theory, this concept of a beginning and an evolution going on.
Well, I do, and I always have done. Well, just impress on the universe its properties in the start. I think my objection to Rao was that he was too short too quickly. Marshall Brown was also very difficult with Fred Hoyle being extremely negative about the work of the group. But it's also true that Marshall Brown really made no serious attempt to build bridges with Hoyle and his people. And I think that was very unfortunate. The two groups were working maybe as far as the yards apart in the same town. An easy move from one to the other, and the contact between the two groups was made. Collecting radio telescope data was a slow process. But in 1961, Martin Ryle presented a comprehensive catalog. Finally, he could send it. The first remarkable of all, messages countless for the most intense and presumably nearest sources, we find a great excess of fainter ones. The universe must have changed radically within the times now accessible to our radio telescopes. This result seems to show quite clearly that the steady state, the continuous creation theory of the universe cannot be correct. The results imply that the universe is changing with time. The rivalry between these two men had finally yielded a result, evidence for the Big Bang theory. For most astronomers, the proof was now stacked against Hoyle and his theory, although Hoyle himself wouldn't accept it.
You have your engagement with Professor Ryle, who is a radio astronomer. As I understand it, he made a study of the radio stars. Claims to have proved your steady state theory to be wrong. I still dare to say today, I think we cannot know whether there is a contradiction with theory until we know exactly what these radio stars are.
Even when the rest of the scientific community embraced the Big Bang theory, Hoyle refused to join. In the early 1970s, Hoyle felt forced out of Cambridge. He moved to the Cumbrian countryside, where he pursued his love for science fiction. Here, he also had more time to spend with friends, including a man who was revolutionizing the other big branch of 20th century physics, the quantum world part of it.
Despite their very different specialisms, they found they had a lot in common.
Have you had a moment when getting a complicated problem where quite suddenly things comes into your head and you're almost sure you've got this right? Oh yes. Oh, this is great. Yeah.
Richard Feynman was the ultimate showman, an American who became everyone's favorite physicist.
Black magic that you
He was a brilliant mathematician, enamored by the smallest, most fundamental building blocks of the universe. Suppose that little things behave very differently than anything that is big. The behavior of things on a small scale is so fantastic. It's so wonderful. Different. Right now, like, check out the bell here. You're kidding at night.
I don't know.
You can put whatever words you want. But if you don't think that these corporations are doing insane amounts of money,
I love it.
I don't want my kids being taught about, who they can school. I don't want my kid.
I just don't understand why.
You're saying China is a zero threat to America.
during the last 10 years, right now,
They're in their last 10 years right now. Hello, I'm Dr. Evan Alexander, from the nurse.
I think most people are so
What's your own experience?
what do you think that you would vote on this?
So I think first of all that there are a lot of different varieties of life. When we look at like we're looking at the CC and kind of historical things and the abductions and things like that, I think non-scientific term, interdimensional objects. They're objects that have characteristics of our dimension and in some other dimension.
So some other dimension has the capability, or something from some other dimension has the capability of transporting a physical object into our realm.
Or even imprinting onto the physical object. Yeah.
How so?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that's what. So with the shrouded Turin, we see the imprint of, the image and,
If it's
yeah, it's true. But it's an anomalous. So we do have, from Gary Miller, engineered objects. No, we don't know how they're engineered, but they definitely look like they're, it's awesome. I would call the kinds of things that we see in historical record interdimensional types of things. Now, how? I don't. Okay, so I just don't know, but I do think that scientists and the government know that these things exist, and they would like to figure it out. And so, part of disclosure, the disclosure movement, is outsourcing this, trying to get as many people as possible to help figure it out.
What do you think when they use the term donations? What do you think it brings to them? If there is an object that is purposely released into our, like I'm sure you heard of cargo cults.
Yes.
So the cargo cults, for people who don't know, it's islands during World War I and World War II where planes landed there and they left. And these people, they created these statues of these planes and they worshiped them.
And they wanted them to come back.
Yes.
Yeah, because they got food and all sorts of wonderful things from the plane.
Right.
Yeah. But they thought it was part of them.
Right. The same way we would think of something from
Like
somewhere
this.
else. Yeah.
Yeah, so, that in my field has been called the cargo, the UFO cargo, right? And, obviously Tyler and James view these parts as donate, they call it the donation site, right? So giving it the idea
Is
that,
that just one theory?
yeah, that's just one.
Are there other theories that there's a biological organism that encounters a lightning storm and it actually crashes and there's physical body?
Oh, yeah, there is that, yeah.
What's your take on that? Because that's one of the things that Rush talked about, some of the other people talked about, that there are biological things that have been recovered.
Well, what impressed me about what he said was that he used the term biologics. And I actually know that term because that's the same term that Tyler was talking about when he was creating materials in anti-gravity space, on the space shuttles and such. So I was wondering if David Rush does get his information from people allegedly in the programs, but he's never seen these materials that I do.
I think he has some first-hand experience that he's not able to talk about,
Okay.
that he's alluding to.
Okay.
And
Right.
this is recent, and he's been very careful about how he releases this information, what he's able to release and not able to release. And then also, okay.
Yeah, so I mean I've not seen any bodies, nor have I seen any kind of craft, but I also have had a number of comments. So I can actually talk. So I have done. Yes, Diana, there are right. I don't know. I mean, maybe. So I don't know, Joe.
Have you studied Bob Lazar?
Okay, yes, I have always asked that. So,
Yeah.
and I don't know, but I can tell you people that are associated with things tell me that he's right. Now I know his background and I know, all the things like this, I don't know any of my friends, but I can also say that a lot of times people get very disturbed.
are some of these things one of the points? Is that also reaching just because something is traveling in your direction? We do know that there are infinite number of planets in the universe, and we have no idea how many volcanoes there are or some other is an infinite number of varieties. And if that we're going to get to some part of its progression towards capable of artificial intelligence or super fast technology.
Yes, I have. I want just I'm not counting the ET. I think so, especially because of the way in which the materials manufactured like lasers. You know, the magnets. Now, so it's super short from creating things that will
So it might be able to actually press really if the galaxy has figured out some new method of propulsion that's beyond our imagination. Keep this in. And also things that come against us from other dimensions.
somebody that I can't say I'm sorry. I don't want to be that person that goes on your show and says, oh, but they're wrong. Most likely there are, if there's crash retrieval part, crash retrievals here on Earth, perhaps there are in space.
Do you, when they talk about dimensions that merge with those laws, that's one of the speculations that we have back engineered something that did this led to the creation of fiber optics and other technologies that seem to merge after.
The question in my mind, 2012, and I did. So I was already prepared for, even as a non-person kind of said, John Kelly, so, my thoughts that not was the person who existed. It works for itself, works for it's creating that. Something that, you know, what's going on. So, and I've been touching and he said a lot of things that were unattractive, but sometimes I ask him specifically, was what we're doing on Earth Day related to engineering? And then he takes me like there are many sequences of this like that.
Yeah, it's real cryptic. He's kind of thinking conversation.
Dude.
It seems like one of the chief purposes of sending a global flood was to wipe out these humanoids, these demonic offspring, hybrid, half watcher, fallen angel, and half daughters of men, to wipe them off the face of the planet. It seems a little bit careless on God's part to flood the whole earth, to kill all human beings and all creatures, all animals, but somehow miss the Nephilim. But we know that the Nephilim are on the earth after. How did the Nephilim survive the flood? So there was that joy reef and arms of liberty go at, and you just have
All right, welcome, Fade to Black. And now, today is Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. I'm Coach Jimmy Church, and I sound a little weak. I'm texting with a friend of mine that most of you know, going back and forth from Friday to Showtime. And so that's why I was 15 seconds late in starting the show tonight. I've never been 15 seconds late. And I'm continuing to text now. It's fun. But you know what? This is my world. How is everybody doing tonight? An amazing week this week on Fade to Black. And, last night, Nerdy Rodwell was on with us. She was absolutely amazing. Tonight, you get a special treat. Whitley Strieber is with us, and Whitley and I tonight are going to FaceTime with each other. So I normally would say that Fade to Black is a broadcast where you get to just hang out with my guests, and it's just like being there, and we're all family. Well, tonight it's really going to be just like that with Whitley. Whitley's coming up here in just a minute. And tomorrow night, William Henry is here. And then Thursday night, Sarah Breskman Cosme. That is an amazing week on Fade to Black. And I want to remind everybody about Thursday night's show. It was regressed. And I was regressed live on camera in studio for my television show. And parts of that regression have aired, and you can go and check out that current episode. And then with Sarah Breskman Cosme, what I have is I have all of the footage from said regression session, and yeah. So I'm going to go through it and show some exclusive moments of that session and talk through that with Sarah on Thursday night. That's a very special show. Sarah is with us on Thursday. And I know that I've said many times over the years I would never do regression. I would never do the therapy. And I just want to leave things alone. Well, I chose to do it, and I did it with Sarah. And so Thursday night is going to be a very special show, a personal show. And, it's like running around the streets naked. That's what it is. You just leave it all out there. And we are going to do that on Thursday night. But tonight is Whitley Strieber, and I called this show, this is my idea. I didn't even tell Whitley, by the way, but he's going to find out right now. This is Dreamland on Fade to Black. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to say something like that. Whitley is with us. Of course, he is the author of over 40 works of both fiction and nonfiction. His books include The Wolf and the Hunger Communion, the coming global superstorm, which was, as we know, the day after tomorrow. They were all made into films. His sci-fi series Alien Hunter became the Sci-Fi Channel series Hunter. We all know about what happened in 1985. We may touch upon some of that tonight. We may talk a little bit about Communion, but I've got other plans for Woodley. His website, unknowncountry.com, is among the largest in the world dealing with paranormal phenomena, and his podcast, Dreamland, has been produced weekly for 20 years. I believe it was a podcast before podcast was a word. I would like to welcome back to Fade to Black, the one and only Whitney Streeter. So Whitney, Dreamland was a podcast before podcast was a word. You know that?
Yeah, and it's 25 years, sadly enough. It was. Well, what happened was we were on Clear Channel, and on Saturday nights, first Sunday nights, and then Saturday nights, and then they took it off the air. And I thought, what am I going to do? I'll try doing this on the internet and see what happens. And I was certainly one of the first. And what happened was, 25 years later, it's a very successful podcast, and I'm still here.
I know that I've talked to you about this before, but I'm going to say this. When I discovered Dreamland back in the day, and I would sit and listen, it was about, you had great guests and things, and it was great subjects and all of that. But you know what I really dug, Woodley, is you have a way of making somebody very comfortable, and you guys would just, gals, would just do these fireside chats. I just felt like I was just, it was, and I just spent so much time and learned so much, and I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't able to just, focus and be comfortable. So yeah, man, you taught me a lot.
Well, thank you. I try to make my guests comfortable because it's not about challenging the guests. It's called Dreamland for a reason. When Art and Ramona first dreamed the show up, the idea was it would be a show where we would encourage the guests to say their piece. And that would be the idea. It still is.
Well, here, let me, you're going to be at Conscious Life Expo again this February. I cannot wait to hang out with you again this year. And we'll circle back to that. I wanted to ask you this because we have some semi-breaking news, and I've been reading about it and hearing about it, and for about a year now, and I've done a few shows on this, but it seems that the James Webb Space Telescope, and I'm reading right here this is, we're talking about mainstream. This is Ars Technica. That's about as mainstream as it gets. And The Bite, Futurism.com, a series of articles about the James Webb Space Telescope and some of the scientists that are working there who are starting to disclose some chatter. I heard about this about a year ago, that they are now very close to making an announcement of biological evidence. Now that's pushing. You know what I mean? That is just like taking this to a whole nother level. We always knew, that the universe is a big place, and there's got to be lots of stuff going on out there. But our community talking about it is one thing, but this is a whole nother type of chatter. Does it surprise you if this announcement happens that it would come from the scientific community and not the military and not Whitley Streeter?
Well, first of all, there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and we'll see what they actually say.
when the papers are published. There's a paper I know of that's in peer review right now. Whether or not that will survive intact, I don't know. But hopefully it's going to come out, and I think there might be some pushback from here and there in the Defense Department on the theory that if the public is told that there is life anywhere out there, then that's going to increase pressure on them. And if they've got secrets they feel like have to keep. So we don't know exactly what will happen. But let's hope for the best.
Well, what about the announcement? I mean, so many are expecting. If something like this happens, I think there's expectations of a head of state going live on TV, and
Yeah, there is. That's absolutely correct.
but to have this come from the scientific community first kind of reminds me of the movie Contact. And that's the part that I'm a little surprised about, but then again, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
It does. Whether or not the head of state or the U.S. president will go on live TV to talk about this is one of the questions, because the administration has been pushing back against congressional efforts to open this stuff up a little bit more, and the reason being that they've got a lot of skin in the game, and a lot of people in the intelligence community absolutely do not want this stuff to come out. And it's not because, and in the defense industry especially, it's not because they're hiding some massive secret that we mustn't know about ourselves. It's much more about the fact that the question of whether or not the processes and things that have been developed based on what's been found were patentable at all, and who owns what, and whether or not federal procurement rules and the bidding rules were followed, because a lot of this material was farmed out to companies that were in this secret already had a classified track inside the company. And I talk about this in my new book, in them. And the problem is that there's an enormous amount of money involved, because there's a lot of processes that and other things that have ended up in the public space in use that come from these discoveries.
Yeah, you guys think you went to Walmart?
There's much more, or Night Mall, or any of those sort of things. There's much more down to earth.
It's alright. I'd rather spend a little bit more money, get a bigger bag.
For example, and super light, super hard metals have been, and coatings of like radar absorbing coatings and things like that, and lots of other things, transmission systems and other things. So there's quite a bit that I know of, and I'm sure there's even more that I don't know of. But enormous amounts of money are involved, and some of these companies, I think, fear that they will be on the hook. They will be revealed to have broken the law, and therefore their competitors will be able to sue them. And they don't want that to happen, so they push back. And then there's a significant strain in the community of religious people who believe that you should ignore demons. And this isn't so important as it was once, but one of the reasons that it was originally classified or classified after they figured out that they had bodies and so forth, was that some of the gestalt of these beings was so terrifying that they thought they must be demons, and that demons should be ignored.
And so otherwise they will insinuate themselves into your life. And there was a paper, currently classified paper, I think by John von Neumann, the cyberneticist, an expert on quantum physics, back in the early 50s, supposedly in 1952, and I'm not sure of any of this. But this paper theorized that if someone else with a more a more vital and a stronger vision of the world that 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 we had, a more true vision of the world that we had, came into our context, their vision of the world might conceivably literally change the way things are for us and send us into a state of confusion. And I have to say that some of the experiences I've had with the visitors have suggested that would not be true. But not all of them. Some of them have suggested that there might be some very profound changes in the way we really see the world if we were completely enveloped in their reality.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And let's stay with this for a second if we can. Because von Neumann spent, him and his buddies now, it wasn't just him, those physicists would sit around and the Fermi paradox, for example, that surfaced because of physicists sitting around talking about ET and UFOs and concepts of the universe. And these are big minds and big thinkers. And von Neumann spent a lot of time on not only these ideas, but the implications of that. And one of the thought experiments that he put out there was what is now popularly called the von Neumann probe. And he postulated, Whitley, as you know, that once you get to a certain technical level and wondering about your neighbors, you would then develop self-replicating probes that would go and then maybe land on a factory, a factory probe would land on an asteroid, mine the resources of the asteroid, and manufacture these probes that would continue to populate the galaxy and continue to replicate and continue to go out and explore. Now that's an extraordinary idea for 1955, right?
Well, there's the von Neumann machine. His concept of the von Neumann machine was a machine that replicated an entire species in all the whole species. It replicated everything about it and could reproduce it, and that could be sent out to populate planets that were congenial to that species. But what if it arrived at a planet that was congenial to that species, but already had someone living there? Was it programmed for that? And also another thing that he talks about in the paper that he wrote about this, one of them is degradation, and the idea that the content of it would degrade over time. So if it went around for hundreds of thousands of years until it found a planet, it might be that what it could produce of the original species would not be as fully viable as it had been when it originally left. And he tried to calculate a rate of degradation to see when a thing like that might actually die. But of course, it didn't have access to the kind of materials knowledge that we have now. So it was just guesswork. Like actually, the Fermi paradox is just guesswork. And incidentally, that's always pointed to by the scientific community. But some of the people who were sitting at that table at that lunch
must have known what was really going on. And the Fermi paradox might be something of a cover-up. Yeah, you know what? You know, to think that Fermi, you know, the timing of that was pinned down to 1952 at a cafeteria in Los Alamos. Right. And so 1952 Los Alamos, there was a lot going on. Well, Roswell was just 5 years before that. That's one thing. But right, a lot of the materials were hacked. Los Alamos. That's right. And the secrecy, the extreme secrecy was just being decided upon then. And Los Alamos at that time was having issues with these glowing green craft that were coming in groups and hovering over Los Alamos. So much so that they built 3 radar stations so they could triangulate and pinpoint the location of these craft. So it wasn't, and it wasn't like Fermi and his buddies. I think Edward Teller was sitting there, you know, right? They weren't just sitting around talking about this just because. No, there was reasons to have this discussion. You're exactly right, Whitley. Yeah, exactly. And so staying on this, going back to von Neumann, the ideas that he brought forward in the 50s absolutely are happening today. 3D printing, the talk of 3D printing cities on Mars, or whatever it is, those concepts are exactly these are our plans to move forward with the exploration of space. It's incredible when you think about it. Well, yeah, exactly. And these people, some of these people were living double lives. One night, they were in the normal world, and there'd never been any suggestion of anyone here except us. In another life, they were frantically trying to figure out what was going on. Because or they were incomplete, like General Nixon said a long time ago. They petered out. You have an esophagus that didn't go all the way down. And a mountain could not eat just liquids. And were they? What were they? And I think to myself, when I heard that, I thought to myself, maybe von Neumann was right, and the machine is just too old. And what it has created here isn't viable, and that could be part of the problem. That could explain its interest in our genetic material. They may be trying to fix themselves. They may know they don't work right. They're trying to fix themselves. Yeah, you're right. And what von Neumann said, and he put it 2 different ways. One, he tied it to DNA, and second, he tied it to the machines themselves that would be building other machines. That one little mistake in the DNA over great lengths of time would manifest into a big problem. One little chink in the armor, one little thing wrong with any of the machines that are doing this work, and they build themselves over time. The next thing you know, you've got a 3-legged probe instead of a 4-legged probe. Exactly. And you've got somebody with immense intellectual knowledge, but who knows that they can't reproduce. Exactly. You know, or someone who is brilliant, deranged. Kind of like this show, like the whole world. And I have learned to respect most of my life now, if it's just using my life. We're really smart. Mankind, human beings, don't ever sell ourselves short. This is a very smart bunch of cookies here on this planet. And that's probably what we screwed it up so bad. We've got too many ideas.
Here's YouTube.
We hate each other too much. What is obvious, one person is a good idea, seems to another person to be the worst possible idea.
and very creative.
Well, isn't it interesting how you and I can have a conversation about these very deep, philosophical with existential influences, and then drive a conversation into a result of questions that's a fact that we are able to do that, to talk about the micro all the way to the edges of the universe and to think about everything in between. That is amazing. I mean,
It is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Because we can do so much with our minds. They're very simple. And they're very creative. And, you know, a measure I've always thought a measure of intelligence is the need for story. And if you go on, you can go on the internet now, you see an absolutely incredible amount of entertainment beyond anything that anyone could have imagined even 10 years ago. And guess what? It's supporting itself. A lot of those shows were watched. And that's because there are just so many people who need entertainment. Or going to a bookstore. There were 200 new bookstores created in the United States last year. And so people are still reading. They're reading, they're streaming, they're going out to shows. They are hungry for entertainment. And the more information that comes into the human mind, the more entertainment it needs. Because it needs, it needs rest, it needs refuge from that information flood. I always think to myself, the Panjandrips of the internet need to understand that in order to make their money on their shows, they need to flood the internet with so much information that people can't resist finding out about, that they're going to become desperate to get away from it to go to shows to watch.
the oldest sayings, but the cream rises to the top, right? Yeah, so the good stuff does, bubble to the surface, but you do have to walk through the cornfield of weeds to get to some of it, for sure. The idea of what a story is, okay, that I think when people say, well, what separates us from apes? What separates us from rats? What separates us from whales and dolphins and whatever? You know what? A lot. But the big one is the story. I mean,
very, very astute of you, Jimmy. I think you hit the nail on the head.
it is so crazy that we have that ability. And you know what? Not only to tell the story, but then you have to listen. So we are listening to the story, right? It's a yin yang, it's a give and take. And that really separates us from everything, is the story.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. Of course, the cetaceans might be telling stories with their, when they vocalize. You don't know what they're doing, but it's true that in the land animals, the only storyteller is us, and the gulf between us and the next smartest animal is absolutely remarkable. It's changed.
Considering it's only like 2 genes.
It's very strange. It's very strange. And one of the things that has not been done that should be done, or hasn't been done to a really serious level of scientific finish, is to get out there and try to figure out whether or not we are chimers, whether or not we are something, that there are elements of design in our genetic history, points in our genetic history where there could have been a designer, someone who came in and changed our genetics, and that those signatures should be there, and we should be able to find them, but nobody really wants to look at that.
Nobody wants that answer.
The thing is, you get a grant. If you try to go get a grant to examine the human genome for signs of artificial interference, forget it. You're not going to get that grant. And it's just because it's too far outside of the accepted store knowledge. And that's unfortunate. Because you can't. I know scientists would love to do that work. I had breakfast with one a couple of weeks ago who would just love to do that work. And they might really find some extraordinary things. But you can't get a grant. And he can't dare to go to his university and say, write a paper attempting to get support from other members of this community because they'll accept that he'd never get a peer review, successful peer review on public.
Can you imagine the National Science Foundation, right? It's everything. They got your paper. They're going, okay, so, okay, so we're reviewing this. Okay, so you need $1 million so you can hire staff to do the research on genetic manipulation by the Anunnaki in our chromosomes 200,000 years ago. Yeah. So who are the Anunnaki? What happened? You know, and you're absolutely right. The evidence.
Something is wrong with the way we think about the past. It's obvious now. I mean, Clovis. It used to be that people's careers were destroyed for not believing that the Clovis people were the first Americans. And now the same people who ran around throwing other people out of universities and denying them tenure, saying, "Oh, we always knew it wasn't really." It's just awful the way that sort of thing happens. And we look at all these engineering feats of the past, and you look at Van McCall in the Carolinas, all these huge basalt logs that were piled up one another in order to make artificial islands. And there's hundreds of them there, or thousands. And they're immense, nearly every one of them. And if you look at the National Geographic's explanation of this, they say the Polynesians brought them on boats, on canoes. Now, come on. Any engineer is going to tell you immediately. On canoe, even think about bringing one of these things in. Probably you would not have timbers sufficiently strong to hold together with that weight.
And the displacement, I don't want to get too far off into this because if we do, I'm going to keep you on the air for about 8 hours. Because this is one of the most important points that we're smarter today than we were 50 years ago. We were fed the dogma 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 40 years ago. We didn't have research. But today, we are smarter. And when you look at not only places in Polynesia, in Vietnam, Cambodia, Peru, Mexico, Egypt, it doesn't matter where you go. It's the same story. These structures, these megalithic stones, are huge. They are as big as a house, and they weigh hundreds of tons. How did they get from here to there? Forget about the mining, forget about the carving, forget about that. How did they transport it? Because there were no ships big enough to have that kind of displacement. You know what kind of boat you would have to have today to put a 100-ton stone block on? What kind of displacement we're talking about? Those ships didn't exist. As a matter of fact, Whitley, they didn't have the wheel. When Malbec was
the platform Balbec was built. Now, if you look in the archaeology books, they'll say it was built by the Romans. And that's all well and good. The problem is this. There is nothing between the quarry and the Baalbek platforms to explain how those stones were moved. Specifically, there's no foundational structure under the soil, and the soil is not hard enough by any means to support them. Therefore, something else was done. And, it's just one thing sucks a while, as you say, it's one thing after another. But
What side, Tony?
the interesting thing about it,
Yeah, well, right.
if you look around carefully at the Tepe is
Sure.
the perfect example. You look at that enormous effort that was made, and you can't find any supporting social infrastructure anywhere. We're forced to say, well, it must have been made by our gamblers. But what if it's not that? What if it's made by somebody who left? Who came and left, taking their, like, in all of Egypt, we don't see a single tool that can explain the great deal of the engineering and even the decorative pottery of ancient Egypt is inexplicable, and there's no tools left. You don't find any tools. You don't find any representations of tools anywhere. And in all those hundreds of thousands of years, nobody decided to represent a tool in the hieroglyphic and why weren't tools included in the story being made with hieroglyphics? All kinds of objects are in hieroglyphics, but not tools. Is it that they didn't have tools, as we understand? There was some other way to use the only they did. They used to build things, maybe with their minds. Who knows what
That's kind of like,
because we don't understand ourselves, we don't understand our things. Not at all,
What?
not at all. I was with an archaeologist,
Why are you going off that-
archaeologist in Peru, a couple of months ago, and I'm standing
one on
in
the spot, man.
the Sacsayhuaman. I mean, Bulubuku
Go play.
is mind-blowing enough,
Yeah.
but
See, you get
standing
something.
there,
So I was out there
and
eating water spot.
I interviewed him
No?
on camera, and I said,
You go out
now,
there?
no limits.
Where you out there with
If you
spot?
could do anything in the world, what would you do? And he goes, you know what, Jimmy? You know what I would do? I would
Think
be
you going outside?
here. And I go,
Go out
where?
there.
And he goes,
Going?
right below our feet.
Go out there with spot.
Right
Yeah,
here
I
at
think
Sacsayhuaman. I said, really? He said, right.
Okay, coming back, Laura. It's on.
What's underneath our feet? There must be some explanation on how this was done. And maybe there's another city underneath here. Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's drawings. Maybe there's writings. Maybe there's tools. Maybe there's evidence on how. But this is where I would dig because I think that this is one of the most significant sites in the world. And he's right. And you're right. Right? We can go and look at Sacsayhuaman. We can look at the Great Pyramid. We can observe it and wonder. At its wonder, I should say. Right? We can do all of that, but we don't have any of the answers. Right? All we have is what the manufacturing process has been completed, but we don't know anything prior to that. And you know why? Whitley. This is, and by the way, everybody see Whitley and I are FaceTiming. We're just having, this is what we do anyway. So, Whitley, here's a cell phone. All right. Another example would be, say, a CD player or just something technical. I'm just looking around the studio for something, and bury that in the ground. And 10,000 years from now, unless you've got an instruction manual, do you really know what this is or how to operate it? Do you know? Would you have any idea what a CD player did or how or what its function? Would you know? Well, you need an instruction manual. And
Wow,
Because if you don't have that,
having some
what are
troubles.
you doing? You're guessing. Yeah. Just
Yeah,
like
everything
we're
hurts,
doing
buddy.
with the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Or,
You won't find some plate. Oh, ooh.
you know,
Won't be up today.
I should say today without.
That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where we're at, and that's why the archaeologists said, I would dig right here, but they won't let us. Then why not? It sounds like one of the best archaeological sites in the world. It's incredible. When you come up, okay, it's not. Baalbek in Lebanon is exactly, you have the same issues there as you do at any megalithic site in the world. It's the same issues. The Romans, when they showed up, just like when they showed up in Egypt, by the way, or when the Spanish showed up in Peru, it's always the same thing. They arrive and they see, but they inherit what they observe. The Romans inherited all that. They built those columns on top of those stones. Exactly. They built the temples on the stones because it was the ultimate foundation. Yeah, you know, a 2,000-ton block, one after another, right? So they built the temples on top of it. But the Romans, they didn't know they didn't know how they were built, who built them. They just showed up and they were already there. And it happens over and over again around the world because we don't have the owner's manual to go with these sites. Right? We don't have the owner's manual to go with our past. So we do that. Let me ask you this. I've never asked you this question before. This James Webb Space Telescope situation and what is going on in deep space is potentially a game changer. And about 2 weeks ago, a press release came out from the astrophysicist, professional astrophysicists union or whatever, the professional group of astronomers. And the press release was, we need to come up with therapy standards for the astronomers who discover life in the cosmos when they see it through a telescope. And then they gave the reasons why. Because they made this statement, the deeper we look and the more that we look at, the greater our chances of seeing something extraterrestrial. And we're going to have to deal with it as professionals. I thought, man, that's a strange press release. What are they expecting? What did they know? Then we get this announcement from this soap opera from the James Webb Space Telescope, and I find the timing of that suspect. Do you think that there is a galactic trade system that Betty and Barney Hill talked about? That there is this complex civilization and structure and urbanization of the cosmos that we just haven't observed it yet, and it's
outside?
Yeah. Do you think that that is something that's not only inevitable, but that we are going to have to deal with? Something is old, and I'll tell you why. There are.
Well, that should be coming pretty soon. Maybe Cutie Pie, I can never see out there. So.
Planets.
I'll let them know when they come in, okay? Yeah.
And getting back to the Fermi paradox, it's two planets. Even though there are, the Fermi paradox, it postulates that there's nobody here. In fact, and we know there is somebody here at this point, that has been, was there. But it's so flat. There's no, you would think there'd be house, there'd be trade. I mean, the Betty and Barney Hill star map shows one tiny trade. What if it was, shouldn't it be millions of them? They should be everywhere.
we should have been part of that for thousands of years. It should simply be part of the way life is. But it's not. And if that trait was any example, it's still too quiet because they should have had every viable star in the region covered. But no, it's just a few. So you have to wonder, what is the truth? I mean, why is it like this? Could it be that this enormous structure known as the universe, which, by the way, speaking of structure, strangely mirrors these very large scale formations, the way the human brain is structured? It's just a few little species here, there, clinging to a little planet here and there. And you know what I always felt that the scariest thing the James Webb Space Telescope could ever find was a planet whose atmosphere was filled with the things like strontium-90, the residue of nuclear bombs. And I've thought to myself, could it, and they're being very careful about that announcement. It may come out that they decided, no, that they didn't find life, that they found some indications that there may once have been life, or may in the future be life on that planet, but not now. Or what if they found something like that? Or they found indications of the existence of technology. You know, there's a lot of ways you can find that, and I just don't know what the answer is. Because one thing is clear: if the universe is richly populated with intelligent species, for some reason they don't get here.
I look at it. I look at it a bit differently than that, Whitley, and it's this. You and I have seen strange things, and we are trying to seek those answers. I get that part, but the other side of it is I feel. I go back to like the movie Forbidden Planet, when the concept of the id and in invisible things and the stuff that is operating at another frequency. It's there, but we just don't see it. And that maybe all around us is a whole nother, just a frequency, a degree off of this reality exists another reality. Maybe it's dinosaurs, maybe it's ET, I don't know. But that is what is slipping in and out of our reality. And for a second, we are exposed to it and we are able to see it. Just today, this press release came out. Kind of, now I've talked about this a lot on this show and with you in the past. And then we get this press release today, again from the scientific community. I'm going to read part of it to you, Whitley. It's very interesting. It's RUDN, Rudin University, RUDN University astrophysicists have now proven, this is the press release from AP, have now proven theoretical possibility of the existence of traversable wormholes in the Friedman universe. Friedman universe is our universe that is expanding. Okay,
I saw that same thing.
So yeah, you saw it. Now, to think about going back to the Fermi paradox show, where is everybody? And why aren't we seeing evidence looking through a telescope? Why aren't we seeing ships, streaking between stars and so forth? Well, the way that this press release talks about this proof that they have come upon is that it's not only traversable wormholes, but it's wormholes that you can traverse between universes.
You said you wanted a big bag of meow mix?
Yeah, did you go to Walmart? Got it for about the same price, didn't you?
No, that's about $18.
Alright, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Did you get it on your card then?
No, not all of it.
Okay.
It hit your card.
Okay.
Not real bad, but bad.
So yeah, a wormhole.
Little over 70.
Oh, so you had to use my card?
No, I used mine too. 74.
Oh, but okay, so wow.
Yeah, and I didn't get hardly shit.
All right.
I've got it out here. I got the case of Popple. That's another.
Ah, gotcha.
The Fermi paradox in a strange way.
Ooh, that's
It's one of the many answers to the Fermi paradox, but that's one of the reasons. This would be one of the reasons why we don't see the physical movement of not only craft, but that this would also get around. It's possible. Of course, we do see the physical movement of craft. We see the craft. Including one
Hey Google, turn on faucet.
Who said that he thought there was evidence of an alien base off of Catalina Island, and he wanted to find out whether or not it was there, because there's a formation under the water there, and Carolyn Shorey's documentary about that area showed you. And now the water right around. So what's underwater? Put it in a place there where you can step out of that and out of this world into a mirror universe that's right here. And you can live with that across the universe. Could it be that particular? That be the reason that there's no evidence of interstellar travel, because it's in fact impossible. And the only thing we can do is to go between universes, and there would therefore be extraordinary limitations as to the amount of as what we can do in other universes. In other words, we haven't really thought much about this, and there's not much even about it. I mean, that discusses how we would be able to function in a universe in which we don't exist. So it's possible to formulate existence. And if so, how do you do that? It's a real question that we could explain why these bodies are all so that they have found various crash sites also explain all the crashes. Because it would be very hard to be your presence in a universe that has included these are fascinating ideas, but there has to be some reason. Well, the first paradox could be right and sung at the same time. Right, that there's nobody here in the world. The universe is
Holy cow. Is that a lot of it?
That's a little bit.
Okay.
The question always arises
Eat a lot of oil.
All right.
yes, right? But no.
Over excited kid.
What we need, because every time that we come up, we're moving roots on a tree, right? And off of that, more branches are coming off of that. And we have to spend time on each little
Oh, these
idea.
are good sometimes.
Because I would stop.
With vanilla ice cream, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What do we do with that?
What are you doing?
Just
You know, all up in the way if we was doing it.
so many witnesses have seen something
Oh, hey.
extraordinary, insane in this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you opted for one sugar-free thing, huh?
Was it sugar free? Oh, well,
It looks just
these
like the
two go
sugar.
together.
Okay. Got designs on French toast, eh?
I wasn't thinking about it till I seen that bread.
Yeah.
That bread was on sale. How'd you like them pork steaks or pork ribs in that roast?
Oh, that was good.
2 more sets. Dinner tonight. $2 a can.
Oh, right on. Good shit.
That was $2 a can.
Wow, those are a little bigger than the Dollar General ones.
Yeah, that's why, didn't grab a whole lot, but I grabbed a few of them. And,
Let's see. Oh, here it is.
so. Yeah, that's all, guys, for you guys. This one here goes to this right here. That's a meal. No, it's full.
There was nothing in it that any kind of decoration before.
And when you say tent, what comes to mind is cloth. And the walls.
I would see that, I wouldn't set the walls to be like canvas.
Yeah. Wow. Fascinating.
A new camera, huh?
I don't want to get into
No.
this. I'll get into this more.
Yes.
I just put it there.
Huh?
It's not a new one.
No, but it's just a new shot.
Oh, yeah.
A new camera in a new position.
Everybody was sleeping but the fish.
Yeah.
We went into it without any goals.
Well, this isn't live, is it? No, because Cheryl's not down there.
It's live.
But, well, it wasn't, but, not right now.
It's
We've got Tony sitting right there by the.
it's buffered, Cal.
Oh, okay, okay.
In case somebody walks through naked or some other dumb shit. Somebody ends up dead on the floor. It's a buffer.
Gives them time enough to edit it.
Yeah, shut it down.
Yeah.
In theory. That's hot chicken, huh?
Yeah, that's chicken. Right. You can have salad with it if you want.
Uh-uh.
Situations that were around like you're saying, and it's fuzzy to me.
'Cause I'm kind of, I haven't had them in a while. So I bought some more fixings for my salad.
To describe it, everything was, you could see it, but it was out of focus.
put you outside, dude.
in a weird way that it was maybe a frequency issue. I mean, that I wasn't completely dialed into whatever giant space that this environment that I was in was operating on. And that's the only way I could explain it. Like, it was just like, yeah, I could see it, but everything was fuzzy around the edges and vibrating. That makes sense. Have you ever heard anything like that?
Yeah. Well, I had a few out of my experience with one of them. I'm thinking I'm getting really low on baking soda.
But you could see.
Ah,
But I have to remember.
So,
yeah.
Same stuff.
are you saying
Just fill my jar again.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to get a jar of baking soda, and this is all they had. It's not in
Did you
a
get
bag
flour?
like this. But shit, I got that at home.
Did you get flour?
I didn't get flour. That was the one I was forgetting. And I stood right next to it.
your show? You can ask me anything.
I'm sitting there, and I'm kind of, what else do I need here? You know? And I'm kind of
Smoke your breading, pal.
smoked too much before I got there. Didn't take no longer. What are you doing? Huh? You trying to get a bite of Dad's dinner? Dad's not going to save you any. Oh, here comes Cheryl. She's cleaning house. Uh-huh. Cheryl trying to clean house. And she just run cutie pie back in the back. Well, you made short work of that one, didn't you? Did he save enough for you? Huh? Did he save enough for you? What do you think?
So I'm going to keep you for another 20, 25 minutes.
It's well breaded. I'm not so sure it's well butchered.
Get on! Oh, yeah. Real quick. Everybody, join the party.
Okay, so back to this. These ideas, not communication, but the repeated messages and ideas that have been relayed to us to think about existence in our future have been repeated and repeated and repeated. The skeptics will say that's because people are hearing this in a movie they watched, too many people. And the earth stood still, and it's that story being repeated. And then the other side is, well, maybe it's because it's true. And we do need to look at this planet, and we do need to look at how we treat each other, and we do need to think about our future. But these are bigger questions than the skeptics are trying to take the easy way out of this. And both could be true. But I would think that millions of people don't have a deep psychosis. Right? And that's the part that I'm pretty comfortable with. And I just think that there is this disease of mind that's forcing people to make this stuff up.
That are at rights now. You can read those letters. It's obvious they're not making it up. Because, if they were making it up, their letters would all be versions of my story. But instead, their letters are beyond belief. They're not. If they were making them up, then every letter writer is a story genius. Because these are stories, unlike any stories we tell. Their joy that come from connecting with and interacting with something that has a different view and vision of the world than we do. And that is what they are. And there's just no way to get around it. In order to reject what you have to do, you have to say, you have to assume that your theory is right, and therefore you don't need to explore the truth. And then I take 11 of those letters and I analyze each one deeply. And you know what those letters are? Well, one of them I call I'm trying to go. Anyway, I entitled this part of the book called The Morlocks. And what it is this. Back when I was just writing the music, and I was beginning to tell friends about what had happened to me, one friend said, well, you know, I have a cousin who is very into this stuff because he had a really strange experience. And he's a psychologist, and I want you to meet him. And so I did meet him. And here's his story. Now,
Right, well,
driving to Parkway in New York.
I'll be able to get us through the month now.
Oh, hell yeah, easy. You're in Russia. And you know, you plate. And a plane was very
That's pretty good. I had my onions all wrapped up nice in a little bag
Yeah.
from the vegetable section.
Uh-huh.
He took them out of the bag so he could get the code. They never did put them back in the bag. He just put them in the shopping bag.
I don't usually deal with them.
Well, this guy, I think I pissed him off. Well, I hope so. Big fat motherfucker kicked back in the chair with his legs kicked up, not doing nothing in a line. I go, oh, I'm gonna make you work. No, I ain't gonna have that one. No, I'm gonna have that one and this one.
look at this story. We also wants to stop because the same thing that we overhead scares him to get there. He gets out and he's standing there on the roadside and he sees people standing in a circle not far away on their shoulders. So he walks over to them. And while he's walking over to them, a shot a very weird person who comes up to it and looks up at it and says, "Get out." This scares the hell out of him. He gets back in his car and goes, "Okay, now, this man."
You know, with box chicken like this, coming from the store. There's only one place I found that I really like it.
Yeah.
And it's a long fucking drive just to go there and get it. Mine is Acme. Their cook out there knows how to do fried chicken. At least the one they had anyway.
Is a letter we get from someone who witnessed the same thing from a slightly different place. And who got out of his car and saw the other guy's car and the other guy walking up to these people. And when he started to walk up to them, he either, I forget whether he heard him said or was told that if he didn't get out of there, they were going to hurt him. Not the people, the being were hurt. And these people were all standing in a circle with their heads down. And they said nothing. So, now, why is it called Call of the Morlocks? Think about the movie The Time Machine, and the book The Time Machine, the H.G. Wells story.
You go way forward, all the way to the end of the future.
Not the same thing, but
No, for them,
still
good.
pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Elon surface there. They are given food, everything is perfect for them. They have wonderful lives. So the warlocks fall and they have to go underground where they are cannibalized, eaten by the Morlocks, who are disfigured human beings who have been distorted by exposure to too much radiation. Are we dealing with the Morlocks? This is what this is all about in the end, and that's why we can never fully understand. You will never fully understand the cattle in the barnyard never really knows where their end wants to go. And what's the Charles Force right when he called this the mother? Is this where we are? And is that why the universe is so silent as we were talking about earlier? It's not. It's not because it's we are kept in isolation by those egos. And what
You need to come right up, baby.
they take.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's obviously
What are you so scared of? Why are you so scared of everybody?
if this is the truth, then
Come on.
do you remember when it
You're
did
missing out, sweetheart.
Yeah, right. Do you remember? Do you remember it was you, myself, William Henry, Dolan, and Linda? And Linda, yeah, we were all sitting in a circle. And we talked for like 3 or 4 hours. Remember that?
Down.
Yes, I remember. And this was part of the conversation. But what was great about that is everybody, we all had our own thoughts and takes on this about the soul and is that the precious commodity here? And it was, and we spent some time on that. And everybody had their own take, and it was
Well, let's get some Cal. Cal's eating right now. Get some from Cal. Look, he's got a nice piece over here, honey.
There's another.
Whoa.
Check this out.
Ooh.
It's like another missing piece to the
That's okay. That's the knob off the end.
Sitchin and Lloyd pie. And not from what
That one I'll hold on.
That's sharp.
but Lloyd, why that's Lloyd and Sitchin. But
Don't.
Lloyd,
Yeah. Get on. Go.
Yeah, Pinky, that's for cutie pie.
Benny.
That's mine.
The
Get away from there, bud.
Pinky, leave cutie pie alone.
Come on.
That's for cutie pie. That's hers.
Come on.
community
No,
is
right
on
here.
the right side
Here,
of it.
baby. That's yours.
And that
He's no.
when we go back and now
No.
science is supporting
Nope.
what Lloyd and Sitchin
Go play.
started
Go play.
forward, which is this, that our DNA.
Heck, you guys got food. I just put food out.
Between
Hey.
200 and 300,000 years ago. We had
Maybe that'll keep you busy long enough for Ma to finish.
Are you going outside?
But that timeline,
Boy. You good?
and that interruption that
I love you.
we're talking about here, and you mentioned
Oh,
that
you guys are spoiled.
about the possibility
Pinky's over here like, what the
happening
fuck?
to our DNA.
I had to slow him down.
Darwin himself was looking for the missing link. And the science has always looked for that. But the other part that an anthropologist will tell you is that Homo sapiens sapiens is 200,000 years old. Yet the coincidence of all of this being the same and the interference that the Anunnaki or any ET race would have had with us was totally different to our emotions or what they were doing to us, like cattle, as you just referenced, right? That's kind of where we are today. And this is something that Sitchin and Lloyd Pye were screaming from the mountaintops about 20, 30,
No,
40 years ago.
not you.
And you know, there's another side to this coin. In my life, I have gone
Cal's got something for you there, honey.
really a hell of a time because to having this is by far the loveliest and most important thing in my life is my relationship with whatever this is. And it is ongoing and physically alive right now. The last time I had any contact with them, I can say over the past month, I've had 50 or so experiences. It's my life now, my life. And mostly it's not physical, but that's not always the case. And when it is physical, it's very brief, and there are these little beings that I don't see. Usually
Come here, baby. Cutie pie. Cutie pie. Come on, baby. Cutie pie.
But the non-physical part of it is very organized and very useful. And I frankly think that that's not aliens I'm in touch with at all. I think it's us. I think it's human souls. I think it's the dead. And maybe some people who are living who have very special and well hidden secret knowledge and who don't live as we do, who live in a very different way and are in effect alive and dead at the same time. That they can move freely between the worlds. And I find from this level of my life experience a beautiful, supportive, friendly, humorous, and quite comfortable relationship. And then there's the other side, the darker side of it, which is there too. So where are we with all of this? Are we really talking about aliens at all? And when we talk about the past, are we talking about entities that came here and did
Let's see, why don't you just ask them?
Or is it that we forgot something about ourselves? Or, okay, the past 30,000 years ago, there was a supernova occurred, and the human world was parts of the earth were shaped galaxies. We know this because there's a strip across the crosses Australia and parts of Southeast Asia that goes on down into Antarctica, where all of the large animals that lived outdoors disappeared. That's when all of the large giant marsupials disappeared in Australia. And the reason for that is by human beings there. They put sun in the sky and it scared the hell out of them, and they went into caves. But the big marsupials didn't know how to do that, so they went extinct. And the smaller ones, they were spared as well. Some girls. So, did that change our DNA somehow? And it with some larger level of integration. In other words, it's this whole place, not just 30,000 years ago or 200,000 years ago. But look at the solar system itself. Look at the way the Earth is so perfectly positioned. It's like a planet that was designed.
Where you headed, bud?
And the outer gas giants prevent.
How about you? You want some?
And then the moon turns up the immediate.
You try some of this?
When you look up the moon, you see all those craters. Those are things that
I know you're not much for chicken, but sometimes you do.
perfectly positioned.
Go ahead. Give it a shot.
There's these cliffs.
So I can pretty well clean this except for the breading.
In the very least, she'll be happy to at least know she had the opportunity. Now she is.
And I like to say, hey guys, oh, it's yes. Nature's good. Nature's good. That might be true. I had a hands-on with the statistician, and we figured out
How was the noodles today? Well, a little bit better done?
Yeah.
Yep.
Without any other samples to play with this before we found a plan. It was only basically like the Fermi paradox, basically guess of the dream equation.
Round one.
Which is the equation of how many intelligent species there may be in the universe. With a sample of one, you can't really know. You just play around. That's what we did. This is the way it is. He's by his chance. It's enormous. It's highly unlikely. You know, if you get the rules out of the equation, then it's a different story. The planet could there could be millions of solar systems like this. But when you throw it into the equation and you put
Hey, feel free to Cheryl. Cheryl's not gonna get you. Cheryl's gonna be nice to Cutie Pie. Cheryl. Cheryl's gonna be nice to the Cutie Pie. Yes, well, I think she. Come and see Dad for a minute. Let Dad love on you.
Come here, baby.
Here, you tell she love on you too.
What's the matter with you today? Huh?
Well, she's doing pretty good today.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Oh, yeah.
Don't be arguing.
Come on. Oh, you're okay. Come on, sweetie. Yeah.
What? Are you afraid I'm gonna pick you up and make you cry too? Because I'm a big meanie? Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. I'm a
Big,
big
big meanie. Big meanie.
So, statistically,
What are you doing?
Big meanie.
Back it up.
then if we look at all of the planets just in our solar system, where you got, okay, so we have a sample.
All right, you're going. I'm letting you go outside.
Okay, so
Quit.
how many other planets
You
in
good.
our solar system
You good?
also have moons?
You going out?
All of them.
No?
And some of them
She's being angry, isn't she? She's being terrible. You're all right, Cheryl. She was being naughty, honey.
Come on here, Cheryl.
Cheryl was being good.
the last count is with Saturn and
Like Cutie Pie was being a butthole. Huh. Yeah.
some of them have water.
Oh, I gotta go out there again anyway.
Statistically, if we take that out into the universe, we used to think that Earth was.
I got a light on.
Oh.
I started to do something and I never got back to it.
Every star had at least 12 planets. So statistically, we're talking about trillions upon trillions upon trillions.
The weather today was kind of,
The trillion.
yeah.
Yeah, we didn't know.
Oh, it was kind of what I would call halfway decent.
It was.
I can go into the garage, I can do some stuff in there, and I wasn't getting super cold. You know, even with my hands being exposed.
Right on.
As long as I kept busy. So I was going to do some moving around and set up the table saw.
Ah.
So I got to make something. And in order to do it, I need a table saw. It's a hell of a lot easier and a lot quicker. Make more precision cuts.
And because the universe is so huge, it could be chance. It didn't look like in those days as much as it does now. And I wish someone would run that.
Kids all went back to sleep.
That thing again. I think what you would find is
Building fire in New Jersey, Middlesex County.
that they're just
About an hour ago, but came back up. So apparently it's not taken care of yet.
in the universe.
What is you doing? What is her doing?
There might be
What's Fuzzy Wuzzy doing? Fuzzy Wuzzy's best friend is just Cheryl. Cheryl loves Fuzzy Wuzzy. She's such a good girl. She's a good sport and she loves playing with everybody. She's got a cold in her eyes.
It explains why there's the Fermi paradox is the way it is. The silence would be simply because we're so rare. So rare. Here, okay, so I think you were there
Were you at dinner with Avi Loeb and I?
I've been there with a lot of people.
Okay, well, where? For some reason, okay, but at this dinner, so Avi says to me, I swore you were sitting there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's
Like that. I don't remember it, but sorry.
Whitley, it's a fond memory of mine, so let's not kill it. Let's just leave it right.
Okay, so I guess that I was there.
You're there. But Avi said, he corrects me, we're talking numbers and things. And he says, no. Just in our Milky Way, there are over 50 billion Earth-like planets with water in the Goldilocks zone. But how does he know that? It's Avi Loeb. I'm not going to question it. Okay, so let's just go with. So when we stop and think about that, that incubator part that you're talking about, it's a lot of.
Well, she went to see her boyfriend.
Great.
Last I see her tail going around behind EJ's.
Wonderful.
And
One.
I caught Buzz before he let out the driveway, headed that way.
Well, if he wants to go play cock blocker, welcome to it.
Oh, she'll be back.
Zooms out, and then it zooms out of our solar system, and then it zooms out of the Milky Way, and then the Milky Way turns into a star, right? And then all these galaxies are rushing by, and it puts it all into focus right there. But we're just that little, that famous quote that our sun is a grain of sand on all of the beaches and all of the deserts on planet Earth. But you know something? Here at the stars in this universe.
Oh, hey. You got
Think about it. There are so many more stars than grains of sand.
so you got some subscribers. Well, the kitty's got any subscribers.
What separates us, right? The story and the ability to have these conversations and to talk about this stuff. I'm sure that if I had a dog right now and we were talking smack like we're talking right now, my dog would be able to go, dude, I understand everything that you're talking about. Friends and they have coyotes around here. And there was a big pack of coyotes across the road a couple nights ago. And listening to them, their language was so complex. I thought to myself, we just think they're making noise, and that's only because we understand our language. Yeah, because those cats were no question about that. And they get really dumb about the speed of light. Yeah. Today, we're talking about. Today, okay, so today, Whitley, this is, you can't make this stuff up. Today, I'm on my Harley, and I'm about 50 miles out into the desert, into the Mojave. You know where I live, it's desert. Right, so, I'm out about 50 miles, I just went in one direction, right? And I'm out in the middle of, when I say nowhere, there's nothing there. And I'm buzzing along, just, in my own thoughts, and I see up ahead something run across the road. It was big. Wow. It's kind of strange out here in the middle of nowhere. I kind of look around for some houses. It's the desert. It's just open, right? So I kind of slowed down. I wanted to hit it if it decided to cross the street again. I was doing like 70 miles an hour. I bring it down to about 35, and I'm keeping my eyes open. And you know what it was? In the middle of, when I say nowhere with it, nowhere, it was a husky, and he was sitting on his back with beautiful dog, beautiful, and a chihuahua. And in the middle of nowhere, and I slowed down and I reflects and checked you two out. And they were just doing their thing. And so I slowed down. I said, are they lost? Are they this? There's nothing. There's nothing. I'm serious about this. There's nothing. And this is what I thought. A, best friends, those two, right? And they had it all figured out. They didn't look up. They didn't look mad. They looked happy. And it was just this weird thing. And this husky watched me watch him. You know, that was it. I can't cry. It was like, it was like a Carlos Castaneda. It was a page of Carlos Castaneda. I swear. It was just this bizarre moment where we connected, we looked at each other's eyes, and I kept on going.
Oh, thank you. Got 2 subscribers.
Oh, like he lives out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Ooh, that guy there. You know my place. It's way out there. Have you taken your temperature this afternoon?
I have not taken my temperature this afternoon. I took a bath. Try not to feel like cleaning house was kicking my ass. Sally, right back on top of the thingy, huh? Trying to decide if I want to try to use the tense unit tonight. Yes, they are peacefully sleeping. We should go jump on the couch or something. Make them otherwise uncomfortable. They've been doing that for hours.
Sounds like a good idea. Too bad Sassy's not here. We could send Sassy and let her do that.
Sassy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Sassy there. Cheryl, go wake the kids up.
Cheryl already heard that word and was like, fuck you guys. sassy. We'll go over here. I'm gonna eat the other cat's food.
Look at the claws on that thing. I'm watching Tony, but look, you know, it's live.
Oh yeah.
Filming
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there cleaning himself, and his paws, he's got that thumb all way out there.
I'm glad you can see that amount of detail in this stream. I was a little freaked out. I realized it's going at 60 frames a second and delivering to
Yeah,
like
it's good camera.
5 channels or so. That is a J7 Crown. I wouldn't mind getting a couple more of those phones actually. For being an older model, they have a good camera. More S8s or S10s would be better.
We bring people up to the cabin and they would come. The distance would show up. And some of those people are still around. Raymond Daniels was there and had that happen. And then,
Hi, Mom. If you're still watching.
Talked about it many times on the air.
I made Mom a mod.
Any conclusion, like send a list.
Well, if this is correct, it's like 5.
And they would
Apparently there's 5 people watching the cats.
having the experience that in the crash.
They also do the news and cooking. VR shit. Crap. Stuff.
Oh, I like to cook.
Me too.
Gonna make some homemade chicken soup.
Well, I don't know about liking to cook, but I sure like to eat. And that's as good as.
He's good at that, I have to agree.
Really good at eating.
I don't have to worry about having leftovers for living alone. But I do like to cook.
Where is it? Peru. And by the way, there's a lot of stuff going on in Canada about the mummies. And let me just clear it up for a couple seconds.
My lower back's walking with me.
The mummies that were brought illegally, by the way, apparently, actually, I'm not sure if apparently they were, are construction.
That isn't too bad. That is a nice looking camera right there, isn't it?
Yeah. So if you're gonna put a camera in front of that fish tank, I gotta clean it.
I want that too. It'll pass for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it, can't you? A little bit.
They're about 1,000 years old. So there's a girl out there was building.
Well, the simplest way is I take a clean rag and wipe the inside off. Yeah. I try to get what I can without draining water. But as soon as you start disturbing anything in the tank, you create a cloud.
I suspect the U.S. government is trying to get the
Eat some more sucker fish and some of that little weird fucking sea monkey looking things.
What kind of phone is that?
What? That's a J7 Crown, a Samsung Galaxy J7
That's
Crown.
a Galaxy.
Yeah.
The Eco Museum didn't, until this year, by the way, for the first time,
Yeah, it's
you can now shoot
a better
video
camera, but I've got that on
and
fish.
take pictures in there. That was never allowed before.
That's right.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Really, that's done a pretty good job showing them fish off.
they exist and are more intelligent than we are. We might not even know they're here, but they're still here. The creatures, they're part of Earth, and they might be getting into our lives. They're riled up about the fact that we may blow the planet up. And they understand big parties blown up because they're years old. And they're highly intelligent and capable of controlling the way we perceive them with their minds. And they certainly can use mind to control us as that experience with them. We would go there even clear. We would how would we would also be done with the but you use these ridiculous art.
I swear, he starts moving around on that pedestal, and you can see that whole pedestal just going because of his weight. He's gonna snap that sucker right off that one of these days.
Yep.
But he's loved it ever since we bought it, man. That's been his lucky spot. He goes up on top. He started to, but you know, it was hitting the back of his head, setting up, and we don't like it.
You had to work on a new one.
Whitley, and I do kind
Or rebuild that thing.
We do run out of time. I would like to know what you're talking
Some
about.
reinforcements.
The Conscious Life Expo, and you and I are going to be hanging out. We've got events that we're doing together, and I'm very excited about all of that. But
Your camera isn't doing justice to them little zebra fish, y'all. Zebrafish naturally in a tank are about half that size. Because I have a 30-gallon tank, they're about twice the size of their normal size.
no legs. I only saw from the base of the spine to the skull and the arms and the ribs.
And believe me, biggest was about 2.5, 3 inches long.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he jumped down.
Fully developed skull. I've got a picture I can show to you now. I'll show to you offline the way you would have to do it. But it's been well studied. This has been around for about 40 years.
Yeah, I want to change up a couple things in the settings. It gets a little weird and blurry when I zoom. Because it's a digital zoom.
The government sued him for possession of this money, and he won. So therefore, he is in possession of it.
When the camera stops or slows, you'll notice the resolution goes up a little bit.
Is about the size of a potato. It's about this big. When you look at and it's elongated, but it's got full adult molars. And you look at the pictures, and you're like, what? And you think when you look at these pictures, that this is a giant, that this is a normal size human skull. It's not. It's only this big. And it's got 10.
I don't know, it's showing up pretty good when it says it's 1080p.
It's a very strange thing to look at.
This don't look too bad at all.
Adult molars.
I'm surprised it's pushing 60 frames a second on that old card.
And you look, and it's just like, wait a minute here. So, we got 2 doctors that were with me. One was a surgeon.
Cheryl, why you being in the army with Tony?
A gastrosurgeon. And the other one was an
Why you being in the army? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, Cheryl. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Here. I'm gonna get you. Better watch out, because I'm gonna get you.
And to see
Cheryl.
all of that,
I'm gonna get
years of medical school go out the window. They don't know what they're looking at. They're just like,
I'm gonna get you, Cheryl.
you know, they can count ribs. And these ribs go up. They don't go down like ours. You know what I mean? Like ours. Yeah. These go like this. It's crazy to look at. Anyway, this was alive. And so, no. And there's dating on this, and again, it's like 1,200 years, something like that, old. But it's just straight. And the eye sockets. Okay, so I don't want to pull up the image, but if you have, this is a good example. This is a wireless. I think I just turned off our show. I'm still hearing. No. On another theme. Oh well, it's no big deal. No big deal. Anyway, I did it because I picked up this wireless mouse and I clicked on it. So imagine this is the head. It's about that big. But the eye sockets that are on it are normal size. It's the craziest thing. You're looking at this head. This, and right, but the head is only this big. It's just speculation. Maybe experimenting genetically along. Yeah, maybe it's the genetic experiment. But the same people who built I asked both of these doctors, I said, is there any genetic, is there any disease? Is there anything that would cause this? And it's now I did interviews him and they didn't hear each other. Both of them gave me the same answer. No. No. There's nothing that would explain this. It was, and they both, you know what else they said? What we are looking at is the way it's supposed to be. That's a fully formed, what this is a species. This isn't some abnormality. This isn't some defect. This isn't anything like that. No. This is what it is. And it's perfect. Yeah. So,
We're talking about the real monkeys from Peru.
well, it's because I'm trying to be you quickly. I'm doing my best. I'm going to hit you. Where are you going? Next week. Monday. And what are your plans? I'm going to go with members of my family. I'm going to go to Varanasi, Jaipur, and the Buddhist sites as well. So we're going to see some of the historical sites, and we're going to see the capital of India, which is Varanasi, and we're going to see the Bodhi tree for Buddhists that under. And it did the Bodhi tree for Sri Lanka, but cutting it was just one back, and it's in the place where the original was at. So we're going to see all of that. Basically, we're going to go down to the tiger reserve, see if we can see some tigers. Things like. You know what's so fascinating? And I love my country. I love the United States. Okay, I'm not saying anything negative, but what I enjoy is getting out there and seeing cultures that have existed and thrived for so long. And you know, to think about Egypt and the age of Egypt, and if you go to the Amare or you know, Incas were just included for a short period of time, but there's been a continuous existence there for tens of thousands of years, and it's the same thing in India. India, it just may be the oldest continuous civilization on the planet. You can look at China.
Yeah, J7 gets a little blurry when it's way out there. Of course, I haven't actually put the focus lock either.
I never traveled to, but I have to tell you, I've always absolutely thrilled. This is the most wonderful country.
Cheryl, come here.
So we don't feel Ryan. And it's so beautifully organized. When you go to places in the world that they're just organized, using
Oh my God! I got it.
and it's just country, I mean, guys out, World War I, World War II, yeah, we did that, and we got to World War II.
I could have got you if I wanted to. I could have. I could have got you, Cheryl. I'll get you next time, Cheryl.
It's a marvelous country. Yeah, you know, I gotta say,
Love you, honey.
will say this.
Love you.
I don't care if
I love you,
it's Mexico
Cheryl.
City, if it's Lima, if it's Cairo, even London, right? Organized chaos. Well, London, organized. That's. I have. Okay. This is the short answer is yes. Very briefly, I talked somebody into letting me drive their car. I just wanted to do that. I can't say who because of the situation that we were in, so I can't go there. But my observation of London is the same as Cairo or, like I said, Mexico City. Organized chaos. You know, do you know what Cairo? Cairo, 30 million people. Right? It is so massive. One street light. In Cairo, no street lights. No lines on the road. Yeah, and you look street lights, the lines on the roads. Yeah, there is. It is, but it's just weird that everybody is.
Now I kind of wish I had a bunch of them telescopic lens things to put on the cameras.
I enjoy about the streets of London, moving around.
I'm sure you can get them made for the like case lens kits for the iPhone and the S8 at least. A7 might be able to have something.
I've said this so many times. Anybody that drives in Cairo can drive for Formula One. Here, let's apparently prove India too.
I do think the phones can be some of the best broadcast cameras. I really do. If only for the versatility.
It does work for me. I'm not be able to drive all of them. Yeah, when just when you went and wrote your book there last year, the year before, you were there for a few months. I was just there for about 10 days.
See floaties in the water.
And coming back after being on the wrong side of the road for 10 days, you get acclimated pretty quickly to it. I was pretty strange. Anyway, came back to the United States, and it actually felt weird being on the right hand side of the road. It did feel different to me. What are you going to be speaking about at Conscious Life Expo this time around? I'm going to be going video, very unusual video, including some video seen about exactly what's in that video, what it means. And it's very surprising talk, I think. Hoping that it will be well attended. Sure. It's like a shame stuff just been living this now for so long. And
having like these dizzy spells.
Yep. Right, and dizzy. That sounds like get your cuff out, check the pulse blood pressure. I can feel that coming, or I feel it happening.
It's gonna make you, just feel pretty damn good that the reviews are in, and has been extraordinary about the book. It's you start
What the?
I'm just much, and this is, I'm gonna talk about the meat later. And when you come to the Conscious Life Expo, we just posted up in the chat. There's a link there. We've got myself, Luke, now, Danny G, Mick Bo. This is coming, and yeah. I am taking a big agenda today. And I wanted to tell you what's this is there.
It is 6 o'clock. Wow. It is. You, something to snack on. Even got you spoiled, huh? Mm-hmm. Looks like the brass was.
They're getting there.
PewDiePie is just outside there, right?
Yeah. Both of them.
Walt's still out there too.
Yep. They're out hunting something. Well, it's playtime. You're late now. Come on. Work for your supper, brats. You guys wanted to have the TV show. Work. Right. You guys said you could do so much better than Dad can. I'm old. I suck. Boomer. Not even a boomer. Fucking Gen X. Fucking assholes. Shut up and go to bed. Uh-oh. Ow! What hurt you? What?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, motherfucker. Cheryl, did you whack Pinky like hard there? It looks like you kind of got a little rough there. Oh, they're trying to just play. Babies are being good. You never mind, Cheryl. You're being a ground. You're just watching them kids through his perch. Pinky. You can keep playing, baby. Yeah. You're just fine, honey. Cheryl's just being grumpy. She thinks it's dinner time. So you gave him dinner, didn't you?
Not yet, no.
Oh.
I fed the kids mine dinner, yeah.
Ah.
But I haven't fed yours.
They don't give two.
Yeah, she walked away from hers, come right out here, and I says, "Yeah, you're spoiled, aren't you? You're not getting nothing right now. So, you want to go eat? You go eat your little dry stuff."
Really? You know what you're doing, serve later. You miss the spot.
Yeah.
That's this shit.
Somebody just kicking the legs on the camera. Camera just wobbling all over the place.
Right. Go get another heavy duty one out instead. I got another one goes up darn near as tall as that one goes. That's what got to extend 8 foot at least. Gotta be good 8 foot.
I'd have to say, I don't know. I mean, where you had it extended out the other day, it was close to 7 foot or better.
Yeah. What is this? What is this here? Put that in there. Uh-oh. What if you lose it?
It'd be nice, like if you were in a big old crowd, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking stand that son of a bitch up, extend it up, and there you go.
Yes. Great for sporting events. Probably good for fireworks too. And I have ways that I can actually extend these out to, at least on some of them, little armatures. I can make it a boom. Then when you do have it up high, you still got that control.
Yeah.
Oil for the crap. I took that ball and ran my bed. Fuzzy Wuzzy. Gucci. Going back to my room. You slept all day already. Stay out here and play. To your audience, get out. Some space for them out of the living room. They want to play on my